What's happening, everybody? Oh, Steven, good to see you guys. Oh, so today, guys, I do have quite a number of things to talk about, but they are all like low tier discussions. So each topic of discussion might only be like maybe a couple minutes at most or so. Cubby, you trying to get out? You over there hanging by the door? You don't want to sleep anymore? Right, Cubby? Sorry. I had to let the kitten out. Well, our kitten, she's like 14, so she's not really a kitten anymore. But so for those out there who, goddamn, cannot open this bitch worth a damn. Oh, there we go. For those that are wondering, what is the top shelf of the day? I know you guys were recommending this to me, so I went ahead and pulled out the Jack Daniels. So Jack Daniels Tennessee Sour Mash Whiskey. I just took a sip of this right now, and not a fan, but whiskey in general is just a difficult drink to swallow. The one thing I will admit, though, my taste buds are adjusting because once upon a time, I could never sit there and drink a shot glass of, vodka and whiskey and tequila, stuff like that, right? At least now, I'm not sitting there mixing my drinks with Coke or some kind of pop. I'm actually able to take the whole shot first, so that's pretty cool. Quite a many figure purchases this week. Wallet hurts. Definitely for you, I bet, but for me, I've actually completely slowed down on acquisitions. Hey, Hitman, what's happening, buddy? I'm not a big fan of Jack. Only mixed, yeah. I mean, I always have like mixed drinks, but I guess I'm trying my best to kind of work on that where I'm able to actually drink the stuff straight up and not have to mix it all the time. Oh, shoot, I still have a little bit left. Oh. I mean, it's not. This one's only an 80 proof. Only an 80 proof. Yeah. But the last one, like I said, the last big drink, I mean, that thing was like 115. So, but I think this right here is going to do the trick. I think it's going to do the trick in no time. Couple Andres. Hey, Rick, what's happening, brother? Always good to see you, man. So I know you mentioned the blackstrap Andre was something that you wanted, which is great. Honestly, Ram Treasures, I bought all of the Series 6 figures from them, obviously, before I got any of the originals. But Black Singlet Andre is one I never got from them. Funny enough, I did get the Series 2 short-haired blue trunks Andre because I kind of talked about this in the past, right? Like you're on eBay, you're bidding on auctions for, let's say, Bam Bam Bigelow. And, his face could be all blackened out, his hands and knuckles all blackened out. That darn beast was going for like $60 to $100 on a regular basis. You get yourself a pretty crisp looking Series 5 Bam Bam Bigelow, you were paying like anywhere between anywhere between $80 to about $125. And I'm like, you know what? I'm getting sick of this. I don't want to pay that kind of money for this crisp figure, and I don't want to pay $80 for something that's jacked up, right? So, all blackened fingers and face and whatnot. So I decided to get my Bam Bam Bigelow from Ram Treasures. Yes, everything in my collection is original, but there are a number of Ram Treasures, LJN figures, original, that I got from them prior to acquiring the real thing, right? So Bam Bam Bigelow was one of those. Bearded Corporal Kirchner was another. I got I mentioned the Blue Trunks Andre from Series 2. Same thing. That beast was going for like $75 to $100 on a consistent basis during auctions. So I'm like, you know what? Instead of getting one that's got pretty decent, feet paint loss and trunk paint loss. Let me just go to Ram Treasures, pick up one from them. So my buddy Eric at the time, he had redone a Series 6 Andre with not only the afro but the sideburns as well. So that, because I had that figure and I was putting that with my Series 6 collection at the time, that's why I didn't go through Ram Treasures for a black strap. All right, before we go too deep, I want to start reading some of these responses here. Oh man, $500 at Latuni. That's the thing, bud. I know Andre the Giant with suit is coming out shortly, and I had talked about definitely picking that one up. I need two figures. I do. I need to start getting duplicate figures because when I do my reviews, it's nice to have that card figure because that's what I want. I want a carded figure more than anything, and I want I can open up for my reviews, right? Otherwise, it's not review worthy in my opinion. I talked to AJ, and he is actually going to send me one of the prototypes that he has for one of his figures. Which one was it? Was it Ric Flair? Well, I got to look at my phone to see which one, but I'm thinking it was the Ric Flair. Let me verify that with you guys. Nope, I take it back. It is a pre-production Inoki figure. So I probably bought two Inokis. Here's the thing. Once you take it off card, that bubble and card itself, that could potentially be worth money in the future. So is a pre-production figure more valuable than to have an original with the card that I'm just going to open up? I think as long as I get a poster to go with it, I'm probably going to take the pre-production sample just because I kind of feel like it's going to be a little bit more cool, a little bit more of a discussion piece than anything else, right? So, but I don't think I could do two purchases anymore. I don't think I can get the Toon figures from Hulk Hogan's Wrestling, Rock and Roll Wrestling. They were originally going to be 5.5 inches. It was going to be a completely different line. I like that aspect, but once they decided to kind of make it LJN 8-inch scale, do I still appreciate it? I don't think as much for the given fact that it's LJN, but it's gonna be cartoony, right? So it's not gonna have the same appeal as original LJNs, like his other figures, like his Ric Flair, his Andres, his Axe, his Macho Mans, etc. So I would have preferred they stayed the same 5.5 inches that he was originally planning, but still, I guess he's listening to feedback, right? And feedback tells him that hey, the fans, the buyers, they want this. So you got to listen to the people that are going to buy your product. And I think that's where problems were, like Mitch from Grapples and Gimmicks on occasion, especially, I think I've been calling him Adam. I think his name's Adam, the owner of Zombie Sailors, or he works at Zombie Sailors. I don't know. But them in particular, they do not listen to fan feedback whatsoever. You kind of give a recommendation, it's like they block you. So, or they leave messages kind of berating you. And I hate that, right? So I love the fact that AJ actually listens to the viewers and acts accordingly, whether it's an upgrade to the design of the card backing or upscaling the figures that he was originally planning. So, but those Toon Stars, I haven't bought those yet. I haven't picked up the Andre with suit. I actually thought that was ordered a long time ago, but no, that's still pre-ordered. All right. I bought my first random treasures. So the Andre one was your first. I hope they did a better job with Andre because at least my perspective a few years ago when I got Andre Series 2, you hold up the two figures side by side, there is a significant change. The tan, darker skin of an original compared to the brighter, I don't want to say whiter skin, but the rubber wasn't all that great. You could easily tell that they were customs. And a lot of time when you get a custom, you want it to be done so well that it looks like it just came off the factory floor. And that was a clear custom. So I'm really hoping that they upgraded the rubber. In fact, if she uses the same rubber that she used for Dino Bravo on that Andre the Giant figure, you got yourself a gold mine because that thing is perfect. That rubber is solid, and the skin tone bleeds in will blend much more beautifully with Andre. All right, got the 4 in stock. Giant, 2 Andres and 2X. Pre-ordered their 3 retro style Andres. Yeah, man. So I was actually late to the party on the Andre the Giant Hasbro set. Like, shoot, when those come out? What's on my nose? Like, I'm feeling something on my nose. It's bothering me. Like a piece of tape or something. But why the heck would there be tape on my nose? So I think they released those back in like February for the pre-order, and shoot, it was probably like March. No, not even. It was months later. It had to be like May or something. But when I went back on the website and actually ordered them, there's just so many things to keep up with that even Latuni, it kind of falls to the wayside on occasion. But those are going to be amazing. 3 sets of Andre the Giant figures. As long as they're better than Zombie Sailors, that's what I care about. And as long as they're comparable to the original Giant Andre from Hasbro, I'm cool with that too. All right. Collect Major had a sale, so finally got Hebner and Bad News. Damn, they had a sale, man. I thought I ordered the Earl Hebner referee. Like, I got all the other figures in. I got the Rock and Roll Express and I got Bad News Brown, but I thought in that same bundle I was supposed to get the referee, but no referee. I reached out to Major Bendy's. I'm like, hey, is there a status as to when my referee figure is going to be shipped? Can you provide an order number? Well, I can't provide an order number because that means I got to go through my emails and go searching. I went back all the way to like mid last year, and I could not find that thing in my Gmail. Went to my AOL, checked, my folder for Big Rubber Guys, and I didn't have it in there either. So either 1, I didn't buy it, and when I thought I did, or 2, I don't know, because like I said, I think Earl Hebner was part of a 4-pack, and I think that was, and I could be wrong, but I thought it was Earl Hebner, the Rock and Roll Express, and Bad News Brown, and I would have bought the whole complete set, right? So, but where is the referee? You would think all you got to do is look up the person's name, their email, address, something, and you can check to what orders are outstanding. But that wasn't the case. Just, hey, what's the order number? Now what do I do? Because I have no order number. So how do I verify if this was ordered? Because it was like what, last year sometime. So who knows if I was correct in my thinking and it was ordered. But when it comes to Big Rubber Guys, I think the only thing that I'm missing is a bloody version of Harley Race. And what else did they come out with? I feel like something in blue tights. It wasn't Ric Flair. Oh, Sting. Sting in American Color Scheme. The patriotic Sting, whatever you want to call him. Wait, was it Sting? No, I'm sorry. It wasn't Sting. It was. Oh, I'm trying to think, man. So Patriotic Sting, I do have that figure, but that's like Jack specific. Patriotic Macho Man, no, that was Grapples and Gimmicks. Was it Matt Cardona? You know what? I think that's what it was. I think it was the Patriotic Matt Cardona figure that I'm missing. Start throwing out names. Eventually, you'll come across the right one. Oh, man. If you can name off some of your obscure jobber figures, I was just curious. Well, if you actually look at LJNs, and they're not, I wouldn't call them obscure. They're just regular action figures, right? But now you think wrestling superstars, the biggest superstars of WWF at that period. So some of the guys that you would throw in there, like Ted Arcidi or Coco Beware, Corporal Kirchner. There's at least one other guy I got, probably maybe Outback Jack, perhaps. So these guys are all supposed to be mega superstars, right? But in your LJN Federation, you could quite possibly consider them to be jobbers. I mean, I would never look at Coco Beware as like a mega superstar. Maybe in like these other territories, sure, but WWF, I never got that impression. Now, obviously, Ram Treasures, for example, they came out with an actual jobber, Mike Sharp. Terrible figure. I recommend Ram Treasures for so many things. I will give a shout out 99% of the time, but there are hits and there are misses, just like any toy line. And Ram Treasures, they do have their own misses, in my opinion. Like Ivan Putski, I don't think that is a good figure at all. It had a lot of potential, but with the hands all in tight like it was, yeah, I get it. That's like his pose in ring. It makes sense, but a lot of us, we're not looking at these as statues. Otherwise, we'd save some money and buy them as resin figures, right? No, we want that rubber figure because we want that nostalgia. We want that playability, of course. Are any of us actually playing with it? Most likely not, but that play pose is important, right? So when she came out with Ivan Putski, I'm like, this wasn't good. Ivan Putski, I say, is probably the number 2 worst from Round Treasures. I'd say Mike Sharp is the number 3, and he just looks like a generic character in the face. You know, I'm never a fan of their chest hair because their chest hair that they put on like Tully Blanchard and Mike Sharp or Razor Ramon, it's like you took a marker and just put dots on it. That's what it looks like to me. So, or no, I'm sorry, or it looks like you went outside, rubbed your finger in some mud, rubbed it on the chest, and bam, there's your chest hair. So I'm not a big fan of that aspect, right? But almost all of their figures are absolute gold. So I always recommend them because I feel like they absolutely deserve it. You know, Net, she's one of the most incredible people in the world to work with. I've always said on Etsy, once upon a time, you send her a message at 11:54 p.m. on a Sunday. By 11:56, you're going to get a response. So she's a great pleasure to deal with. It's a small business, so I always recommend attending and buying from small businesses, right? And number 3, she's bringing back nostalgia for a lot of people, giving them characters for their federation, for lack of a better term, that they wouldn't have had otherwise. So you could, I guess you could call Mike Sharp a obscure figure of sorts. Now, I do think I have a Mike Sharp AWA Remco custom, but as far as jobbers, I don't think I have a lot of jobber types in my collection. Now, quick, the KWK Kayfabe Heroes, I believe they're coming out with Mike Sharp or no, I'm sorry, not Mike Sharp. Barry Horowitz. They're coming out with a Barry Horowitz figure, and I don't consider Barry Horowitz a superstar either. I consider him to be a legitimate jobber enhancement type. But I was always a fan of Barry Horowitz. Like even when he came into Royal Rumbles and stuff, like I was still rooting for him to win. So I love that aspect. I wouldn't mind seeing like Ram Treasures create them, but hey, if they don't, could Maniac Riot Wrestling potentially release a Barry Horowitz LJN style figure? I'm going to say no. There is a reason why when I decided my line, I wanted to be different from what everybody else was creating. There's a reason I'm going to be only doing probably one series. Now, if it's absolutely mind-blowingly successful, every single figure sells out immediately type of deal, yeah, then I can start branching out and seeing what I got to do to reach out to actual professional wrestlers, get them signed and make some stuff up, because that would be fun to add to the collection, right? Maybe come out with a series 2 with Sin Bodhi, because the man absolutely needs to have his own action figure. And part of my line for being my designer, everything, that'd be golden. You could come out with someone like a Barry Horowitz. I mean, I would love to have that. I think that would be pretty incredible. But I also need some heavy hitters, right? But I'm going to stay clear of guys like Andre the Giant, Macho Man, Ric Flair, Legion of Doom, Powers of Pain, because everyone and their mom are making those characters, and it's overkill. No matter how much we love them, it's overkill. So I want to get the guys that a lot of people would be looking for that nobody really thinks about. I think Horowitz fits that mold. All right, let me go back to these responses here, messages. Oh man, how am I always so far behind? Absolutely, man. Shoot. Andre's got to be one of. I mean, he's always an incredible character to collect. So, and I can't believe that he was only I was only 8 years old when he died. That's I could have sworn I had so many more fond memories than just the first 8 years of my life. But between his Princess Bride movie and obviously WrestleMania 3 tape that I grew up watching, seeing him on TV, even later on when he became injured, was like basically walking on a crutch type of deal. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I love those memories with Andre. Let's see. Mattel Creations announced a CM Punk pre-order, so I had to get that too. Punk Life from SummerSlam. I was just on that Mattel Creations website this evening, and I saw that figure, and I couldn't tell if it was like an Ultimate Edition CM Punk figure, or if it was just like a regular, I don't know, Elite or something. Because you look at all these 2 packs, Warrior and Honky Tonk Man, the Heart Foundation would be another. Hogan and Terry Funk, right? Those type of Ultimate Edition figures. If it was one of those bad boys, yeah, I would pick them up for that. But don't have a lot of love or knowledge of CM Punk, so for me to pick up one of his figures, it has to be a special occasion, right? Like if Mattel Creations is releasing their new wave of retro figures and he's in that's something. That's a different story. But generally, I won't go for CM Punk stuff. And considering that I'm still having PTSD over that last CM Punk figure I received from Zombie Sailors, I mean, I may never buy another one of his figures ever again. But Zombie Sailors, they really butchered the hell out of that CM Punk figure. It had, I'm pretty, with the tattoos and everything that was on the body, it had so much potential. All they do is fatten that figure up, make it bigger, wider, more retro style, more Hasbro style. It could have been an incredible piece. The tattoos, it could have looked amazing. But no, they had to make it super thin, super small. I'm like, this is, and $40+ for that. I hate Zombie Sailors, man. I spent like 2 years riding their ass, always bragging about their stuff. But when I really started paying attention, and I say this about a couple of different companies, but once I really started paying attention to the figures, and even for the longest time, for like almost a year, I was really starting to lose my respect or losing my infatuation with those particular pieces, right? But I still consider myself a Zombie Sailors fan. So I still did reviews for them. I still gave them shout outs, still let the people know that, hey, it's available on the website, etc. But the more and more pieces I got, the more and more dissatisfied I was. But I was still giving them their shout out, giving them their props until finally it got to a point where you receive like 20 consecutive orders that were just absolute trash. You're like, this is not worth it, not one bit. So, but that's me going off on that tangent because of CM Punk, right? So CM Punk gave me PTSD. I mean, how did that happen? Well, it's a funny story. So here's what happened. Nah. Brock beat the piss out of Cena. Yeah, I like John Cena, so I really can't say I would have loved to have seen that. I mean, I'm not really much of a Brock Lesnar fan. All of these names before I started collecting, right? Like I would hear the name Brock Lesnar over the years, but I would not have no idea who he was because I wasn't following wrestling. I wasn't following wrestling for almost 2 decades. Over 2 decades. I think about 24 years or something before I started collecting. Now, obviously, once I got into collecting, I made it my life's mission to kind of learn about all of these people I was adding to the collection. So I have something to talk about. That way, during my videos, I'm not just simply, hey, this is the figure, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, and basically leave it at that. That's boring. So I try to add some, history with the characters here and there when I can. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it's just a straight review. And that's perfectly fine too, especially if it's only gonna be like a 7 to 10 minute video. But like if I'm going all out, pulling them out of the package, showing them, and I'm making a 20, 25 minute video, yeah, I want to give some back history of those characters. You get any of the Latuni Andres they just announced about pre-order? Andre and Suit pre-order is up at Latuni. Yes. I still want to get that. I haven't bought them yet. And normally I'm like one of the first people to buy from Latuni. Ugh. This is gonna be a short live stream. I haven't been very good at cutting myself off when I'm like way too drunk to continue. So I gotta really get better at that. So I'm gonna hopefully, if I'm so out of it I can't think straight, it's gonna be a shorter live stream. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about at the beginning of this video, but I want to talk to you guys. I want to see what you're saying before anything because I'm always like way behind. So have to put in an order. Yeah, I'm gonna get that Andre most certainly because I don't know. I want to be AJ's Jason Nupp to Net at Ram Treasures, but he's also running a business, right? So I'm not exactly going to be getting any free figures in the mail. That's fine. I will buy from him for as long as I can, and I will shout him out for as long as I can. People like Ahmad, people like Net, what they're doing is absolutely incredible. Net, I've talked about this in the past. She gets away with her releases because she bypasses the red tape. Her figures are all considered customs. They're not considered original pieces, right? You go to Mattel, you're getting an original piece. You go to Jack Specific, you're getting a regular piece, but hers are classified as custom. So it's like me taking Roddy Piper and custom painting him to look like Roddy Piper. Or, goddamn, I'm all over the place. To make him look like Bob Backlund. Oh, speaking of which, Bob Backlund, Random Treasures. Sorry, Net, but I think Bob Backlund from Random Treasures is probably my least favorite action figure of all time. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. It's definitely her worst piece. And why is it the worst piece? Well, it's a very simple figure. Blue knee pads, black boots, blue trunks, right? No, I take it back. It's blue across. Blue knee pads, blue boots, blue trunks. So think of it like Series 2 Hasbro Jim Duggan. One of the best figures in the line, but I rate it among my top 10 least favorite only because it's a very simple, plain figure. Black boots, blue knee pads, blue trunks, right? It's got Bob Backlund, he's got a B. Brian Blair Killer Bees fighting pose. Not the fighting pose I would have given him, but it works. It's fine. But the rubber is the reason why I've designated the worst figure ever or close to it. I've talked about it. Like, you take a pop can and top and you bend it back and forth, you're going to end up having it in your hand, right? With that rubber, the rubber was so thin, you bend the arms or legs back and forth a few times, you will start to notice tears in that rubber. So obviously over the last couple of years, the rubber quality has gotten so much better. So definitely would be something I would always recommend. But that Bob Backlund, I don't know if she had figures on hand that maybe these were printed out 2-3 years ago and she's just waiting for them to sell and you can send them out, or if it's made to order. Like, hey, I reach out to her right now. I want a all red Bob Backlund, and she puts it in with the new rubber that she's using. So Ram Treasures, 99% of the time, 1,000,000% recommend. But when it comes to Mike Sharp and Ivan Putski and Bob Backlund, it's a hard pass for anyone interested in those figures. I say try to find it elsewhere if you can. Kevin Pelkey, obviously, he's the one that designs all the Ram Treasure figures. You might have to get it in resin form, but it will probably be painted a little bit better because you're using resin and not rubber. But anywho, definitely have to put in order. I only have some Latini Machos, but the rubber is excellent. Wadi loves their Andres, so finally I bought them. I like the fact that the Macho Man figures. Number one, I love the fact that it's very LJN reminiscent. Wrestle Something Wrestlers and Hastel Toys Grapplers and Gimmicks. Those two companies, they're about the closest that comes to matching that WWF Hasbro's on the 90s. So that's why I always put them on a little higher scale than most other companies. Even Epic Toys. I think Epic Toys is absolute perfection. But I still don't put them as high because they do have its own flavor to their action figures, right? So Latuni, I love the fact that their figures are very reminiscent to that of Hasbro. At least the Macho Man figures. Axe is a little bit stronger. Andre the Giant is definitely a much tougher rubber. So I find out from the manufacturers that actually they're all the exact same rubber. It's just the percentage of that they put into it that makes it, stronger, harder. So when you hold like an Andre the Giant and it's that nice, it's really stiff, like a big rubber guy figure. It's not so much that it's different rubber, it's just that it's more of a higher percentage went into that rubber. So that's why he's not as stretchy as, let's say, your Macho Man figure, or bendable, I should say. But once a mod gets off, like really takes off with a whole lineup of character, he is going to be right there on par with any company out there. Mattel, they're coming out with their $25 figure. Look, at $50, it's not like these figures are like that much more expensive than Mattel. Yes, if I am successful and I do create my own action figure line, I'm going to be twice the cost of Latuni. I'm going to be 4 times the cost of Mattel. Are those going to sell? That's one of the big holdups is I don't know. But unlike a lot of companies like Powertown and Zombie Sailors, for example, where you're sitting around for a year, even 2+ years waiting for these figures to be released, I'm coming out of pocket. 100% I'm coming out of pocket. So when you look at that, what's going to happen? If I sell them for $100, I sell all of them. Let's say after taxes, let's say that's $50,000. So after taxes, maybe 40 grand or so if I'm lucky. So let's say between $35,000 to $40,000 is net pay on that. Great. The first $25,000 is going to pay you off that first figure, right? That I purchased. That extra 10 to 15,000, slap in an extra 10 grand, get the mold, everything done for the second figure. That sells for $50,000. 500 figures, $100 a piece. So now you got another 15,000, let's say. So now you're working at a $30,000 profit. Now I could buy that whole third figure without even having to put in my own money. So that's what I'm looking at. In regards to Alibaba, the first idea was to use, I don't want to say use because that sounds terrible, but to use a mod to go through his company. Hey, here are Wadi's channel exclusives. Bone Breaking Action. Wadi's channel, New 80s Revolution. I'm planning on a couple of specific releases. Bum Shadow Wrestling, I'm really strongly considering a perfect action figure that I was going to designate for myself. But instead of having me for a third time in the series, I think he would be an awesome person to add to the channel. What do I say? That this line is specifically designed around YouTubers who cover wrestling. And he's got that awesome look. Sin Bodhi, I might have him as a special release in Series 1 because how can we not? But I can't release 4 figures at one time, 5 figures at one time. Why? Because I personally cannot afford $100 to $125,000 price tag. And I'm going to say this a million times over. I'm going to continue to say this. I will not do a freaking pre-order. If I have to ever set up a pre-order and take money from people to afford it, then it's already downhill. I just don't want people reaching out to me in 6 months. Hey, where's my figure? If you can't provide the figure right now, give me my money back, and then have to refund X amount of people. I don't want to do that. I want them on hand, ready to ship once they're paid for. But I want that. I wanted Ahmad to release my figures because he and I are always in contact, right? He's always giving me updates with new additions and stuff. So I basically see a lot of stuff firsthand before they're ever released to his website or Instagram account, and I think that's incredible. And to have him be able to release my figures under the Toonie banner, I thought that was awesome. But it may not come through Latuni. It may not even come through Alibaba. I've talked to Jason Nupp, New Age Revolution. I mentioned this to Annette Schaefer before over at Realm Treasures about possibly having her customize my figures. We may only get 20 to 25 figures at a time, but it's going to be a lot easier to pay for that first mold, right? But what can we charge for this without carding, without a poster, without everything I wanted to be part of that? Because it's just going to be a regular Realm Treasures release, right? And because there's 2 people involved, she's doing the hardest part. She'd be painting the figures. So if it sells all 25 figures, and let's say they sell, net pay $100, that's $250. That's $2,500, right? Let's say she pays me $1,000 back because I paid for the mold. That leaves her with a $1,500 profit. For her, that's good. For me, not so much, because all that did was pay me back. That didn't earn me anything, so I'm not really able to continue on the way that I want. I want to make it a business. That's why I kind of want to do it alone and not go through a secondary market like Latuni, who I have to compensate, obviously, for putting it under his banner, or Ram Treasures. But I want these figures out there in the world. So I might have no choice but to just say, hey, I'm not earning profit, but I'm getting my money back, and hey, maybe I'll get a figure or 2 out of it as an additional bonus. Man, that damn whiskey bottle was like all the way past the neck into the middle section. Whew. I am going to be swimming tonight. All right, let me get back to these messages. I talked to Matt and Jason up about Realm Treasures rubber before buying. I love Jason, good guy, even though I kind of pick on him sometimes. Anytime I pick on him, it's always for fun. Have a good time. Guys busting balls, friend or whatnot. So even at the time when I was like mad at him because I felt like he was intentionally blocking my account, which I later learned that wasn't the case. But you can only go with the information that's presented to you, and I thought I was blocked for whatever reason. Well, actually, I know what the reason was, because he was doing a review of Ivan Putski, and in the comments I put 2 out of 10. And Net, she left a message in response, like, what are you looking for, type of deal, which is exactly what she should have done. So she did exactly the right thing. Reached out to her buyers. She knows me because I bought every single figure that she's ever created. What kind of figures are you looking for? Well, I like Big Boss Man. I like Ultimate Warrior. I like Hulk Hogan Series 1. I like Greg Valentine. I think that's a great figure. Very next figure, Red Rooster with the Greg Valentine pose. I think it was right arm up, not left, but it doesn't matter. The fact is, it was an awesome piece. So I jokingly always take credit for that figure. For all I know, it was already in the works like long before Putski was ever, the review was ever done. But I like to jokingly take credit for that Red Rooster figure because it was a solid piece. Probably top 30 best Ram Treasures, top 40 best Ram Treasures figure. So, and I keep talking. I want to be Latuni's spokesperson. Dealing with a mod, his figures that he's coming out with, the sort of rubber, the fact that he's expanding not just LJNs, he's not just an LJN market, he's not just a Hasbro market. He's gonna put his hand in Galoob. He's putting his hands in the 10-inch talking figures. They're not talking yet. Give it time. He's gonna put his hands in Remco. So I've always said he's a one-stop shop, and I stand by that. Until the man gives me a reason not to believe in him anymore, I think he has one of the best products on the market. Until my line comes out, dang it, because damn it, I want to be known as the best product. I like Sal over Rush Collectibles. Don't get me wrong. I've spoken to him on the phone, and it was a good conversation. This was last year sometime, kind of after I made my video where I was no longer interested in collecting Rush Collectible figures. Talked to him for 45 minutes, had a great conversation. And every now and then, he'll send me messages, Merry Christmas and, Happy New Year's, etc. So, or if I have a question about an order, he'll respond, let me know what's going on. So, but he was actually going through the same factory that Mitch at Hastel Toys was going through, right? So you look at Hastel Toys and you look at their Smoke Train action figure that looks like looks like a Simpsons character. And then you look at Rush Collectibles Series 1. So Mitch, he got out of that factory, but Series 1 was still being produced by Rush Collectibles. So you could kind of see the similarities between the two sets of figures, right? Now, when he came out with Series 2, he moved to a different factory, came out with much better figures. Still leaves a lot to be desired, but it's an improvement, and that's what we're looking for. You want to see improvement with each individual series. Hasbro, Series 1 was probably my least favorite figures. Series 2 was probably my second least favorite figures. But once you got to Series 3, that's probably my number one most favorite series. So you kind of want to see that progression, right? One thing I didn't want to be known as, though, I didn't want to be looked at the same way that Sal did with his Series 1 figures. Like, I don't want people looking at these figures and be like, this just looks like, someone customized it at home and that's it. I don't want that. I want it to be legitimate figures, right? LJN style, be perfect. And if these guys at Alibaba, if they can achieve that goal for me, I'll be motivated to continue on with the second and third figure. But for now, yeah, getting that first piece out is what's most important. All right. Oh my God, I am so freaking drunk already. Like, this stuff is so blurry. If I can't make you guys out, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try my best. She said it's neither soft nor hard. She said close to OG LJN rubber. I hope so. I hope so, Stephen, man, because like I said, the rubber that I had for my Series 2 LJN, the skin tone was way off. The rubber itself was very, very flexible, very bendable. So I'm pretty sure if I sit there and bend the leg back and forth enough times, you'll start to see damage. The same as the Bob Backlund figure, but like I said, I think she changed the rubber that she used like last year before, so hopefully that's not an issue. All right. Got to go back because I passed everything. Why do I always go back so far? All right, I have the Andre Warrior Latuni. This thing is huge. You got your Andre, your ultimate Andre figure. That is awesome because that's that's some of it's like yay big. I'm telling you, man, keep that sucker by your nightstand. You got intruders in the middle of the night, grab that sucker by the feet. That is a freaking weapon. You know, you get yourself a baseball bat and you swing. Intruder can reach out, grab the bat before you go too far and hit him with it. He can disarm you, whatever. But that Andre is so freaking small that you may not have the reach of a baseball bat, but he's gonna have a hard time reaching out and grabbing that sucker. You crack somebody's skull open with that. That is a beast. I love that figure so much. The Ken Patera arms up. It hurts the figure a lot design wise, but whether you're looking at original Andre or the Ultimate Andre with face paint, they're perfect pieces, man. I love them to death. I don't know if I'm ready to classify them among my favorite LJNs ever. And yeah, when you look at big rubber guys, when you look at Latuni, when you look at Ram Treasures, same thing. I kind of I branched them all together under the tree of LJN. So, but that is an awesome piece. All right, I did pre-order the Anoki Latuni in the week's order. Same Murray feel as the Machos, but with movement. Yeah, that was crazy. When AJ told me about that, like the arms were gonna be like movable, like Hasbro or something. I'm like, okay. Generally, when you look at LJNs or Galoob, you want a station figure that doesn't really move. I mean, if it's rubber, yeah, you could bend the arms down or move the legs, right? But the whole ability to move the arms up and down, I'm like, dude, you're coming out with some crazy stuff that you're going to be highly successful, and no matter what you do, man. Like, I am jealous at how good and how much of a thinker this man is. But damn, I need to work for Latuni. I really wish AJ would offer me a job because I would love to work for his company. Man, I think he and I share a lot of the same ideas in how to create an action figure. But like, I'm not an artist, right? So, like when I reach out to Sin Bodhi, I'm like, hey man, this is how I want this figure to look. This is a color scheme. This is a picture you can go off of. But he still has to 3D design that figure, right? And then he has to sculpt it, paint it up, and everything. I might absolutely love the figure, but maybe at the end of the day, it's not quite the design that I wanted. Like when I think about the Devil Wadi, right? He's got a pose that's something like hand up like so. The right hand is kind of like this or something, right? So that wasn't my design. My design, because Greg Valentine has the left arm up and SD Jones has the left hand up, like with the choke slam, I wanted SD Jones choke slam with Greg Valentine moved to the right side. This was my pose. But it ended up being something like this, which the pose is not great. However, when the time comes and I get that figure in hand and I'm doing my review on it, I'm going to be absolutely gaga about it. I've already seen the photos. It's incredible. The design may not be, and I know why it looks that way. He could have done it the way I wanted originally, but I wanted it carded. And the sort of squared bubble that you apply to these cards, it has to fit inside the bubble. And it wouldn't have fit. That's basically the explanation I got. And I accept that. I understand, you can only do so much. So otherwise, that Wadi's Devil might have been like the first figure that I released. I don't know, guys. Should I keep drinking, man? I feel like if I keep drinking, I'm gonna end up ending this live stream at like an hour and a half instead of going like 3+ hours if I need to. What we got here? If you could name off some of your obscure jobber figures. Yep, I did that one already. Sitting there, soft, hard. She sees close to the original LJNs. AO, once you get that warrior, that ultimate warrior or ultimate Andre figure, man, you're gonna be So excited. Which one was that? Was I think Ultimate Andre came on a black card. I think the original came on a blue card, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Net for Man Treasures. I'm not sure I like Platoon. I'm not sure I like the Toon Stars, but I'm feeling like I'll try and get all of Platoonies figures eventually. As long as they have it available still for pickup, yeah, I'll go through Platoonies to pick their stuff up. Oh man, I really have to like limit because all of the finances that I've expended in this upgrade. I said I want to be done by September. I failed. In September so far, we're still working on the pool deck, and I have been taking a little bit of photo, a little bit of video here and there. So I will post that all in one video. When I do post that video, it'll probably be like 30 or 40 minutes long. All of these videos kind of showing the progression of the deck. So when the time comes, hopefully everyone will tune into that. That's pretty awesome, I think. The Amperes upgrade to the house. We're getting a new roof. Jesus. I've always said, man, if my house wasn't paid off, I wouldn't be doing any of this. I'm only doing this because the house is paid off, and I'd rather have a roof that's gonna last the next 100 years than have something where people are saying, "Hey, a little bit of hail is gonna end up ruining this." So, getting everything taken care of in 2025, so I basically won't have to worry about this stuff. Now, something like the furnace goes out. Maybe that's 10 or 15 years from now, but that's not anytime soon, right? So, I think, well, I'm looking at my face in the screen. I'm already out of it. Who was it last week that was saying? I think it was it L that was saying it, that we need to start the questions first. Basically, before I get drunk and can't answer them, or go off on these tangents and I don't sit there and pay attention to the comments. Sale is all day today, 15% off. Go order now. Yeah, once I get off this live stream, I probably will. At Collect Major, Earl Hebner was a WCS exclusive that Major had to take over, as WCS is going out of. Oh, really? I think he may have actually told me that like weeks ago, because it sounds familiar. But I need Earl Hebner. I probably need two of them, but depending on the cost, I might only go for one. Oh man, guys, my vision already is really jacked up. And we're less than an hour into the stream, so got to really slow my roll on the drinks. Earl and Macho King was WCS exclusive at first. Hey, Lance, what's up, buddy? Matt Palooza. Oh, speaking of which, man, Matt Palooza's. My buddy Kirk and I, so he recommended that I come up to Maryland to visit him in November because they have the Maryland Toy Expo, and I got a million figures here in the house that's boxed up, ready to ship, that just do not sell. Mattel Retros carded, Grapples and Gimmicks carded, Zombie Sailors carded. I probably have like 30 boxes that are packed up, ready to ship out. I've had them on my accounts, my Waddy's channel eBay or my Matt Watt 6 eBay. Nothing. Crickets, right? So I'm like, you know what? When Kirk mentioned to me that, hey, let's get a table, let's sell at this toy fair, I'm like, yeah, let's do that. So that was the plan. I was going to go to Maryland in November for the toy fair to sell a lot of my action figures. And while I'm there, who's to keep me from walking around and see what I can find and probably add to the collection? I found out, based on some of the information that Kirk sent me, it says that the toy fair is going to start on like November 1st. That is an issue because my wife wants me home for Halloween. I don't know if she wants to dress up, hand out candy or what, but uh, I can't do it. I right now there's about a 75% chance I will not be in Maryland for the toy fair in November. Now the next one I believe he said it was like in June. So June and November or something like that. I don't want to wait to June, man. Like I had to do 99-cent auctions on a lot of my listings because the stuff never sells otherwise. And a lot of my stuff is selling for far less than I want. Like if I have an IRS Hasbro figure that's perfect white shirt, head sculpt is beautiful, action it works, nice tight arms, I want at least $15 for that figure. It sells on eBay. It sells for like $7.50. And you guys already know, but I've been talking about this for a million years. Not recently, but recently I've been pretty lucky. But a good chunk of the time when buyers buy something, like I don't get a payment. And I'll sit on that figure for like a week, 2 weeks. There was a bag of coffee that I sold that I waited like 5 weeks for the guy to go ahead and pay for. Nothing. So I think that this toy fair is a good opportunity for me to offload a lot of my duplicates, and that'll put money in my pocket for bills. That'll put money in my pocket for more collectibles, right? So I don't have to flip out about spending $50 for a Inoki when I can spend $100 to buy two Inokis and have a second one I can open. The way Jack intended, our whiskey. Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 brand. Quality Tennessee sour mash whiskey. I don't even know what sour mash even means. I was looking at the ingredients of this before. Please don't fall on the ground. Good. Fell on the chair. And made with, oh God, my eyesight's so bad. Hold me, maybe the right eye. Made with cave spring water, yeast, corn, rye, and barley. Yeah, I'm looking at this with my left eye completely blurry. Right eye, not clear, but a little bit better. You know what always bothered me? Because I had glasses when I was like 5 years old. And I wore glasses forever. 2010, I had LASIK surgery while I was at Darnell Hospital in Fort Hood. They screwed up my vision. They made it worse than ever before. But whenever I saw like movies or TV shows where people were like, wearing glasses, they take off their glasses and their vision is so bad they can't make out anything. I'm like, that's never in my life how it's been. Like I've always been able, without glasses, I was always able to see. All glasses did was make things bigger and bolder. Like if I'm in school, I'd have to walk up to the chalkboard to see what was written down. That's basically all it is. But I mean, I could still see just fine. But since then, like my vision has deteriorated so badly to the point where, yeah, you could basically call me blind at this point, which sucks. I'm only 40 years old, and being blind at this stage, like, couldn't I have had like another 20 or 30 years first? And so I'm like reading this screen, and like I gotta get super close to the writing because it's so small. Matt Palooza. Shit, did I talk about that already? Yeah, I did. I went about the toy fair. Am I going to be there or am I not going to be there? I don't know. Let's see what we got here. Macho Man in patriotic gear. See, I know I have the Macho Man from Grapplers and Gimmicks. There was a Matt Cardona. Yeah, I think Mark. Damn, Matt Cardona in Patriotic Gear is from the Major Bendy's Big Rubber Guys collection. I don't have that figure. I want that. I need that one. I need the Red Trunks Bloody Harley Race. And I think that's going to complete the collection. All right. Let me backtrack, guys, because I'm like, I lost it. All right, here we go. W should have shut down ages ago. Hey, Hitman. I don't know what WCS is. Actually, yes, I do because I buy from them off eBay. Not good customer service. You buy something from them, and it's like a month later, maybe they send you your figures. Month and a half. I talked about this. Like I bought a million things from them off of eBay, and always left them positive feedback. Whatever. I bought, I think, Series 9 Big Rubber Guys because I had the original set that I bought, but I didn't have like a second set. So I'm like, okay, let me go on eBay, see what I can find. One auctions for all of them. I know that they're in hand because, shoot, I already had mine in hand. So I know you guys have it in hand too. It was like a month and a half before they ever shipped out my items. So in the feedback, I left positive feedback, but I let them know what happened. Like, hey, it took like a month and a half. I don't know, whatever description I gave. And they blocked me from buying from them. So let me get this straight. I've bought from you a million times before. I've always left you positive feedback. Who cares what the comments say? It's that positive or negative that you should really reflect on. They blocked me. They blocked my account. So if I want to buy from them, I got to buy from my secondary account, which sucks, you know. So, good riddance to them. And I understand why they're shutting down or why they're on eBay because, hey, if it sells, let's get rid of it. Earn something back. I got the Macho. It was on their site for a minute before selling out. I think Cardona was a convention exclusive or something like that. You had to physically go to the event to purchase. Yeah, that's what I think too. Same thing with the Harley race. I think that was like a convention thing. And I hate that, man. That is so bad. Like Matt Cardona has already said in the past that they don't want to create more figures. They want to make it rare because they want it to be perfect or special for collectors. And I completely understand that, but for someone who is a completionist, not to have every single piece is driving me nuts. But I absolutely refuse to pay $150, $200 for something I could have bought for $50, you know? So that's where I'm at. Now, one day, with that being said, you guys know how I am. If I'm doing like a Tuesday show, right? And that Tuesday show is going to reflect on all of Big Rubber Guys. This week, we're looking at Series 1. Next week, we're looking at Series 2. The following week, we're looking at Series 3, etc. That is going to motivate me to go ahead and buy those figures because I want the complete collection for the review. But we looked at Hasbro's, we looked at LJN's, we looked at Remco's, and we looked at Galoob's. Those are the big four. And I think anything after that is like not really nostalgic. It's just more modern day. Epic Toys is incredible. Big Rubber Guys is incredible. Toon is incredible, but they're modern. They're not the Remcos. They're not the Hasbros or the Galoobs that we grew up with. So they don't quite have the nostalgia factor, no matter what character they come out with. I've been fortunate to the 2 times I ordered from WCS on eBay went okay. Slow shipping, but I've heard everyone have nothing but problems with them. Shoot. I wouldn't say nothing but problems. Like I said, I mean, I bought from them plenty before on eBay. And there's always like, hey, you got to wait 3 weeks for delivery, or you got to wait 3 weeks for shipping, or you got to wait a month for shipping. Me personally, I'm not the type of person where it's like, If I buy something and it's not showing as shipped on eBay, I'm not freaking out about it. A week later, it's still showing as paid. No update. Yeah, I would like to get my stuff a lot sooner, but like I'm not freaking out. Like I'm not responding to the buyer, be like, hey, when's my item gonna be shipped out or anything like that. No. I give them time to ship the item out. And sometimes, yeah, it takes about a week to 10 days and they'll finally ship your item out. My one man gang carded LJN, I talked about that figure. I won him on auction. He's like an $800 figure, right? At least a couple years ago, he was $800. And I won him on auction. I got him for like, I don't even know what I paid for him. Today, $200, $300. I don't remember what I paid for that carded one man gang. But when you see all of these sellers on eBay putting them up for like $800, and you get it for like $320 or whatever it was, I'm like, hell yeah, I got a steal of a price. But what about the seller? How is the seller going to feel about shipping the item out to you? I waited almost 3 weeks before that guy sent the item. And I didn't want to call in and cancel the order because, shoot, why would I? This is an $800 item on eBay, and I got them for like $300. So sometimes you just got to play their games and know that, hey, if you got a good deal, you might have to wait longer for them to ship it out. That is not how I operate. Literally, as soon as somebody pays for something, I will immediately go and try to, if I can. I mean, not always, it's not always 100% of the time, but if I can, I'm going to go ahead and package that item up. If it's not already packaged up, print out the shipping label, get that thing in the mailbox so that the mailman can pick it up. So when I say my stuff goes out lightning quick, it goes out lightning quick. It literally goes out the same day. You pay for this item at 10:14. The mailman picks up mail at 10:28. Guess what? Your package is going with that pickup. That's just how I operate. But some folks, they don't operate like that. They want to wait weeks and weeks behind. And so WCS, same thing. I kind of feel as long as they get your items to you, it's like you still leave a positive feedback and everything. And I feel like if you leave them negative feedback, what's going to happen? They're going to block you, right? And I left positive feedback and I still got blocked. So, I mean, to me, WCS is absolutely retarded in that response. Here's someone that has bought from you multiple times, has left you positive feedback every single time, and you're going to block that person? What? Oh, damn. Guys, speaking of blocked, I'm going to get back to your comments in a moment. So, my wife sent me this meme about 2 years ago. I was going through the messaging, and I see it was on her birthday, 2023, September 17th, 23. She sent me this meme of this family of 4, husband, wife, daughter, son. They were dressed up in like these pink piglet looking costumes, right? Atomically correct, I guess, with like crotch hair and junk and breasts and everything, man. Whatever. It was family for my okay, whatever. So I saw that message from my wife like 2 years ago. I'm like, oh yeah, these are funny as hell. This sweater from Jeffrey Dahmer, things like that, or this guy who's trying to jump the signage where the guy is trying to jump out of the window to the ladder, but it looks like his junk is hanging out instead of his leg. So just funny memes, right? Put the meme on YouTube, no big deal. Put that same exact meme with my caption at the top on Facebook. They blocked me. Facebook put me in Facebook jail for like a month. So I just put this up like a day or two ago, and it's like so I'm blocked for like a next month. So anybody that buys anything off of Facebook, I can't respond to their messages. If you guys respond to me through Facebook Messenger, I can't respond to your messages. I can't like a video. I can't post anything. I'm like, hold on a second. These mother effers can go on, create these Facebook pages where they mock, ridicule, and brag about the murder of Charlie Kirk. They can brag and just go on about our sitting president being murdered and all that. That's perfectly acceptable. But I post a meme that was actually taken off of Facebook years prior and put it on my page with a funny caption. And you call it, what do they say, like child exploitation or some bullshit? It's got a mom and dad in there with their son and daughter and Halloween costumes. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just a funny picture, and I had a funny caption, and they blocked me. They blocked my account for the next month because of that. I'm like, if YouTube didn't take that post down, there's no reason Facebook should take that post down. It's. I mean, I'm not the first person to post it. Come on, I just added a caption to it and posted that picture, and all of a sudden I'm back. Ridiculous, right? So anybody who is reaching out to me on Facebook Messenger, if you don't get a response over the next month or so, oh damn, I still got a drink in here. Oh. I am not ignoring you. It's just that I physically do not have the ability to respond. Oh my god, my vision is terrible. This is all blurry as crap. All right, let me get in super close here. Did I reach that one? Like that? You had to physically? Yeah, I seen that one from Fly the Owl. Hitman, yeah, I've been fortunate. The 2 times I ordered from WCS on eBay went okay. Slow shipping, but I've heard everyone have nothing but problems with them. Yeah, like I said, I've had my issues as far as it takes like a million years for them to ship the item out. But what I should have done is stop leaving them positive feedback and actually give them the feedback they deserve, right? LJN has SD Jones. He was a jobber. Lance, my dude, damn. Oh my god. I talked about like half an hour ago and I can't believe I missed SD Jones. Lance, you're right, dude. In terms of jobbers from LJN, like SD Jones was a legitimate jobber type. I mean, this is a guy that highlighted WrestleMania 1 and was like pinned in like 9 seconds by King Kong Bundy. It was a lot more than 9 seconds, but that's what the record shows. SD Jones is your Barry Horowitz type. He's your Mike Sharp type. Yes, he is a jobber. He is a legitimate jobber. I don't know what, probably because when I look at SD Jones, I look at him as one of the greatest wrestling action figures ever created. Back in 2022, at the very onset of my channel, I put SD Jones in at number 10 as the greatest LJN figure ever made. If I were to change things up, if I were to come back and redo that top 10 countdown, SD Jones would be somewhere in the top 1. He would either be the number 1 best or he'd be like number 2, number 3 or something. That is a perfect go-to playable action figure. And if you're a fan in the 80s and you just had yourself an SD Jones, he would probably be played with more than anybody else because everyone wanted to use him because he was a jobber, right? So, but he was such a beloved character that Vince Sr. and Vince Jr., they both kept him on payroll for as long as they could. And he highlighted a WrestleMania. How amazing is that? How many jobbers highlight WrestleManias? Now, you can say, well, Bear Horowitz is part of a Royal Rumble. Yeah, that's a big event, but dude, I don't know how I missed S.J. Jones. There is a Retro Punk coming ringside collectible exclusive with Ventura and maybe Cody Rhodes. Did I see the next set? I know the most recent set that I saw was the Harley Race, the Virgil, the Ultimate Warrior, and I think 89 colors, and I think it's Bobby Heenan. But man, did I see CM Punk coming in the next and Cody Rhodes? I don't think so. I don't think I saw that set yet. I want to fly the L Jobber Fig. Oh man. Hey, if I'm able to get that first figure out and I'm successful, dude, reach out to me. We could talk. Because like I said, I want to try and get at least I want 5 figures per series. So we got the we got the Wadi Devil, we got the Wadi Soldier, we got Bone Breaking Action, and we've got New Age Revolution. So we only got 4 figures really. Now, technically, I could swap out the Devil pose, which is like this. I think his hand is. There's a second version that's like this or something. Now I could make that like a second Devil Wadi's release. Now the pose is enough of a change to make its own individual figure, and I'm also going to do a different color scheme on the outfit. But I'm excited about this freaking line, guys. I am crazy excited about it. Now, unlike guys like Powertown, who isn't talking to their fans, who isn't giving updates about what's going on. Hey, we have a sit down every Saturday. So every Saturday, my viewers have the opportunity to ask, hey, I bought this figure. What's going on with the updates? But like I said, we're not doing pre-orders, so that's not going to be a question. But for those who are interested, yeah, we could definitely discuss those in further detail. Here's the thing. Because he has over 5,000 subs, I thought Jason Up New Age Revolution was going to be the best option for my very first release. Because it's my personal line, I'd want my figure to be released first. So I was thinking Wadi Soldier as the first release. But I'm like, who's really going to be interested in that, right? New Age Revolution, he's got 5,000 followers. At least there's got to be at least 500 people that follow him that are interested in buying his figure. Whether it goes through Ram Treasures or if it goes through my channel, hey, this is a Jason Up figure. I'm pretty sure there's at least 500 people that are interested in that. But I'm also thinking, what's the most marketable? 80s Revolution, definitely the most marketable, but I'm looking at the design for Bone Breaking Action. I'm like, this is very LJN-esque. It's very LJN-esque with the arms up, right? But it's not a copycat because the Jason Up figure is just Greg Valentine. So Bone Break Action would be like his own individual figure. And the overall mask and the clothing, perfect, man. Could we use Bone Breaking Action as the very first release? I know Jason is damn, my speech is slurred. I know Jason is expecting his figure to be released first, but I don't know, man. I'm constantly contemplating what is the best first figure, because the first figure is really going to set the mold, right? Keep hitting my table. If let's say I release Jason Up first, love the figure, they want more of it, and we put out Bone Breaking Action. That means I can either put out the Wadi Soldier, more likely I'll put out the Wadi Devil first. But if I'm paying $100 per figure, right, those aren't going to me. Those are going back into the company to produce the next set of figures. I have to reach out to somebody to try and create a Wadi's channel webpage, so that you guys when you go onto the webpage, you can order the item. Otherwise, what am I doing? I'm gonna put them up on Facebook or something, like, hey, here's my PayPal that's the best way to PayPal. That's the best way to get your product. But that's not very professional, right? But for the first going, I think that's exactly what's going to have to happen. Is people are just going to have to PayPal me the money for the figure. Am I going to offer free shipping at $100 per figure? I think I have to. So we'll do free shipping, and that's gonna be like what, $12 in savings or so, estimated amount. I want this line to happen, but the more I talk to the guys over at Alibaba, they want me to go through Sin Bodhi. They want me to get like a 3D file from him first. And I'm spilling this drink all over myself. Well, Sin Bodhi requires $250 to purchase said file. Okay. I think the issue with Alibaba right now is Jason Up with the glasses, because the glasses are like out here, right? So they want me to get with Sin Bodhi. They want me to give my customizer to resituate the glasses so that they're not sticking out, so that they're basically like so, like they're literally built into the skin of the figure. So it's gonna be like so instead of like so, right? So like 2 weeks ago, man, Sin Bodhi sent me messages like, here's a picture of the figures. I'm gonna send them out to you immediately. It's been like 2 weeks that I'm still waiting on those to arrive, and that hasn't happened yet. So I'm like wanting to reach out to you guys to let you know what's happening, but last couple of weeks, last couple of live streams, I'm wanting to do the Sin Bodhi action figures review, but I haven't been able to do so because I don't have the figures in hand. Damn, am I just crazy, or is my speech really slurred that badly? Oh well. Oh, and another Coliseum Collection 2-pack, another Ringside Collectibles exclusive, Ventura and Bundy. Is Ventura and Bundy, is that a retro pack, or is that a Ultimate Edition pack? Because I might pick that up if that's like Ultimate Edition, but I'm a punk mark, so I get a lot of his figures, even the bad Zombie Sailor ones. I actually like the pink trunks version of his figure, but it's just the exact same figure, just black pants instead of pink pants or shorts. The pink shorts, CM Punk. That's where I cut myself off. At that point, that's when I stopped buying Zombie Sailor figures. You can say, well, what about the Bruce Lee figure or the Bruce Campbell figure, etc.? But I'm not going for those. I'm talking just strictly wrestling. They also have like a blue trunks Ric Flair that I want, but I'm not paying their prices anymore. And I refuse to buy from Zombie Sailors anymore, because if I want something from them, I'll get them from eBay. I'll wait 2 or 3 years, whatever it takes, for people to come down, stop asking $70, $80 for these figures, and start asking for what they will actually sell for, which is around $20. I don't think Mattel Creations did a really good job at mimicking Hasbro's. Their bodies are bigger, wider than the Hasbro's, but at least they got the action features. Most importantly, they're $15 each. You're buying a 4-pack for $60. You go through Grapplers and Gimmicks or Zombie Sailors or Wrestle Something Wrestlers. Yeah, they're $40 something. Sometimes they're $50, sometimes they're $70. Like, so for the price of one figure, I'm getting 4 figures through Mattel Creations. So that's what you got to look at it. That's how you have to look at it. When I come out with my personal line is $100. Big Rubber Guys and Latuni, they're $50, half the price. Uh, Mattel Creations or Mattel might come out with the LJNs in $25 increments. That's 4 times the price less. I think in terms of with me, it's more about supporting the small channel, supporting the small business than anything else. It's not going to be so much as, hey, it's worth $100. It's just going to be like, hey, I'm supporting someone who needs it. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I do want to talk about the recent Power Town. Now, I didn't watch the Power Town interview. I watched the Kyle Peterson recap. So his recap pretty much told me everything I needed to know about that interview. But I could definitely jump in on the interview probably the next day or so, just to watch the video to see what's up with that. What's the top shelf spirits for tonight? Hey, Russ. It is Jack Daniel's Tennessee Sour Mash Whiskey, 80 proof. So this is actually the bottle that I use for my metal artwork. You know, where the artwork has them like this. It's kind of like slapping. Well, that's the main bottle. Eventually, I'll probably fill this up with water or something. I don't know. Add some food coloring or something just to make it brown in color so that it fits in with the overall design. Which fig would you buy if someone super chats $1,000? Shoot, Lance Bass. $1,000. What can I buy for $1,000? I keep saying that my holy grail is the original San Francisco toy makers dark skin Jimmy Hart. So that is still top priority for my collection. Otherwise, shoot, I'm trying to think. It has to be, if not, my top picks are either original San Francisco toy makers, dark skin Jimmy Hart. That's like the most valuable item in my opinion. The next set will be AWA Remco's Series 5. So I got in the referee Dick Worley, and I have what's the other one I have? Oh damn, how am I forgetting the name? Jesus Christ, I'm forgetting that. I'm completely forgetting the name. That's fine. But it has to be something from a Series 5 AWA Remco's. Because those are like $1,000 plus. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be back in a moment. All right. I'm sorry, guys, but I've been drinking a lot of alcohol, so It might have to happen every few minutes or so. Every few minutes, Jesus Christ. um, we didn't get around to it last week, but did you see the recent Power Town interview? Gagne Magnum and some wannabe enhancement talent host. So I didn't watch the actual interview. I did watch Kyle Peterson's recap, and at 40 minutes, damn, I should have just watched the actual hour-long interview itself. But based on what Kyle described, I mean, shoot, it doesn't really seem like much was achieved over the course of this 1 hour live stream that they conducted. So it sounds like a lot of the stuff was like, hey, these figures are coming in fiscal 2025 or fiscal 2026, whatever. Well, shit, when is your fiscal year? Most people run from like October through September, right? I mean, that's your general fiscal year, but maybe these guys are like January to December. I don't know. So Power Town figures could be coming as early as January, I would say, but I wouldn't bet the farm on that. That's one thing I didn't do. I did not buy Power Town figures. But looking at the designs, looking at the box sets, I'm like, absolutely, I'm disappointed I didn't engage in Power Town. But hearing everybody else, hearing their feedback, like, hey, I've been waiting 2 years for these figures. Where the hell are they? Type of deal. I'm not so mad anymore. So one of the discussions was, hey, could we go the who were they? The guys that shipped out the Legion of Doom in red big rubber guy figures. Oh my god, how am I forgetting their names? Do I have to look back at it? Sorry. I gotta look through my AOL to try and kind of figure out what this stuff is. Mm, Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. Not there. Dude, where the heck did we get Legion of Doom from? The red Legion of Doom. Big Bad Toy Stores. That's where we got it from. Don't need your phone. Big Bad Toy Stores. So they're talking about like possibly going the Big Bad Toy Store route, meaning that, hey, you buy these items, your credit card is on file, but we are not going to charge your card until your item actually ships out. Cool. Generally, whenever I buy something, even if it's a pre-order, like Mattel, let's say Mattel's not going to ship out for 2 weeks. If I feel like I paid at that given moment, even if my card isn't charged, I feel like it is charged. So if I buy something November 1st and it's not charged, but it gets charged March 1st of the next year, I'm going to feel like you're charging me twice for that, to be honest. So if you don't have the figures available, don't even try it. That's why I'm all about having the figures on hand before anybody's pre-ordering, because I don't want to pre-order for this particular purpose. So when I start talking about like, and I think Greg Gagne, and just kind of hearing, the talk and everything. Greg Gagne, who's the other one? Magnum TA, I think, is the other guy, and Fall Guys. Like, hey, we want to release these figures. We want you part of this company and everything, but we want you to be part of the spokesperson crowd, but they don't seem to have any general idea of what the hell's happening. At least that's my take from watching Kyle Peterson's recap. Probably tomorrow or the day after, I will go ahead and actually watch the physical video to actually give you guys a better explanation, but I'm not really expecting anything out of that. Not really. All right. Oh, wait, what else we got? I wanted to request a monitor wrench. What's up, Corey? Mm. Mm. Oh, give me a minute, guys. Mm. I promise not to fall asleep on you guys again. Because a lot of the time, that's exactly what happens. I fall asleep on you guys. Oh, man. Where's Corey's response? A monitor wrench. Oh, went too far. Went too far. Sorry, let me backtrack a little bit, guys. Damn, why do I always go too far? I assume Net will be at the MD Toy Expo in November again. Hey, Corey. I would assume so, man. That's a good point. I would actually like to meet Net, in person and everything. Have the opportunity to talk to her, see what's up. I know you said that you were going to be at the Maryland Toy Expo, or possibly could be there. So it would be nice to meet up with some of my viewers and everything. But my wife, she really wants me home for Halloween. She wants me home for Halloween. She wants to dress up and she wants to be able to hand out the candy and whatnot. And I'm like, do you really need me for that? Probably not. But at the same time, these are memories, right? How many memories are you gonna have moving forward? You guys got to realize, man. I spent like ages 25 to 37. I mean, not nonstop, of course, but between ages 25 and 37, I was on deployment as a government contractor. The 27 months I spent deploying as a soldier, I mean, I spent so much time away from my wife that every little bit matters. So if she wants me home for Halloween, give out candy to the kids and stuff, I want to be home for her for that. To me, that's important. Based on the info that Kirk sent me, he said that November 1st is the Maryland Toy Expo, and that means I gotta basically be in Maryland around October 30th, October 31st. So I have enough tables, everything set up beforehand. And that's probably not gonna happen. 75% chance it won't happen. I say 75 because that other 25%. Otherwise, I would have probably said 90% chance I would be there. But now that knowing that it's gonna take place over Halloween, that basically took it from 75 to 25% chance. Right. But me and Kirk, oh damn guys, if you have not seen it already, this was something I wanted to talk about at the very beginning of this episode. I didn't do it. If you guys go on YouTube, there is a guy called Ralph Boy. Boy as in skater boy, Boi. Ralph Boi. Ralph Boy. His video is called, in parentheses, Kirk's Giveaway. So, Kirk's Giveaway. About a year ago or so, Kirk from Kirk's Corner, he said that, hey, once I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna do a giveaway. not realizing that, hey, he needed 4,000 hours of view time in order to get monetized. So that was his updates, that he was going to do a giveaway as long as he was monetized. And he never got monetized, and YouTube keeps screwing with him. So his hours have actually gone down. So instead of being like 2,700 hours, he might be at like 2,100 hours out of 4,000 needed to monetize. So he was never able to give a giveaway. And he alerted his viewers, hey, I know I said I wanted to give a giveaway, but I wasn't able to do so because I don't have the watch hours in order to get monetized. So some of the figures he was offering were probably like $30 figures, $50 figures, etc. And that never happened. Now somehow I personally got linked up into that video. So they took a video of me. You know it's me because you can see my background. And they put me in that same exact video. Again, it's called Ralph Boy. The song name is, make sure you put parentheses, it's called Kirk's Giveaway. Kirk's with an apostrophe. Neither Kirk nor I could be offended. They were kind of trolling Kirk, but towards the end of the video, they show me and my background with my wrestling figures. And the only issue I had with this particular video was the fact that in every clip I kept getting fatter and fatter. Like, oh my god! Like at some point I started looking like Frank Fritz from American Pickers, or that dude that used to do. Oh man, that was on. That was on. Jesus Christ, what's his name? What's the show that Harvey? Ah, damn. How am I forgetting the name? Am I that drunk? I forgot the names. Power Time, something. Uh, oh my god, I really am that drunk. I'm drawing a blank. Oh god, that was such a weird ass laugh. Oh man, the actor that was part of Power Time, whatever, with Tim Allen, and he also was like the voice of Family Feud for like a while, a couple years. That dude. So in this music video, I somehow make a guest appearance, and like I said, I look like Frank Fritz, but like it starts off with me, and then it just transitions to like this fatter and fatter. Eventually, it turns into this. I mean, the AI in that video was spot on for the most part. For me, in the beginning was awesome, and towards the end, it just kind of spurled. It kind of just goes out of nowhere. But the song itself was so good, was so catchy. I understand that this was supposed to be a trolling video, a make fun of video, but the song was so good, guys. I don't know if this content creator, I don't know if he like created the song himself and he was singing, or if this was like Chat GTP or something, but the song was catchy as hell. And if you guys get the opportunity, check out Ralph Boy and type in parentheses Kirk's Giveaway. Kirk's with an apostrophe, because that song was freaking awesome. I get it. You're making fun of my friend Kirk. I get it. You're making fun of me even, but it was solid work, man. like you guys think that when like Weird Al Yankovic is making fun of like Coolio or like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, etc., do you think they're offended? No. I mean, maybe Coolio possibly, but they're not offended, man. They're loving the sort of caveat to their song, right? And this guy, he did an amazing job. The song was good. It was catchy. The AI for the most part was spot on until the end when it made me fatter and fat. I'm like, dude, I'm about to become anorexic. Okay, this is crazy. Back when I was like 215, 220 pounds, fine. Make fun of me for being fat, but come on, man. I'm like 40 pounds lighter now. So you're making fun of me for like this Doink the Clown Series 9 figure. Uh, the joke was Kirk was going to give me the Series 9 Doink. I'm like, I already have a Series 9 Doink. I don't need it. But guys, I recommend it regardless. Regardless of it being trolling, it doesn't matter. The video probably has like 115 views, and I personally make up like 20 of those views. It is a good song. So check it out. Ralph Boy, BOI for boy. Kirk's Corner is the name of the song. He has like 16 subscribers, guys. Let's get him up there. If he comes back at me and insults me again, I want it to be a solid song just like that one. So, shoot, man. Even though he's making fun of me, even though he's making fun of my friend Kirk, I have become a huge fan. I've become a huge fan. It was really that good. So, all right, that's enough on that aspect. All right, I'm not even an Anchor fan, but I had to get one. Moving LJN. I think after I pick up the Andres I want, I'm going to go for a white shirt Hogan. So if you want an original white shirt Hogan, where it's not like minty fresh, a little bit of paint bleed here and there. Maybe hover around like the $100 range if you can. If it goes up to like 125, 150, I think you're overpaying. It's got to be like a very mint figure for it to be worth that value. So that would be my recommendation. Chris Nation. Well, that's a new name. Are you making a professor doll? He screamed N-words last night. Play a dip of a dude pooping. That I actually tune into the Playtime Wrestling every now and then because every time I get a notification about his new videos, right, his new live streams, and I did not come across that with the whole pooping thing. I think that's freaking amazing. I hope the rumor isn't true, man. Stay away from that guy. Oh man, hey Chris. No rumors because as far as me and Playtime Wrestling, we really haven't come across anything. I mentioned that because Bone Breaking Action also recommended to me that, hey, if we do a 2-pack grudge match video where it features Playtime Wrestling versus Bone Breaking Action, that could be something that's amazing. I have a good quality action figure that I could make out of Playtime. And if it's like a 2-pack where it's him against BBA, I think that'd be freaking amazing. But I haven't talked to Playtime Wrestling about creating an actual professor figure, but that would be fun, I think. He covers wrestling too, right? I think he would be someone who would be an awesome addition for collector's purposes. But right now, 80s Revolution, Bone Breaking Action, and myself. That's basically the figures that we have in place. So that's 4 figures, 5 if we include the sort of Warlord type of figures that Bone Break Action was receiving, but he didn't want he didn't want that Warlord, style figure. He wanted his own personal BBA style figure. I'm like, hell yeah. So, but if we went off of both, we could have 5 figures in line. It just kind of check out what happens with that. Um, Shim could still go 3 hours with Waddy. Passed out for an hour or two. Do I have a drink in here? No, I don't. Hell. Oh man, unfortunately, I'm not passed out yet. It's only a matter of time, my dude. Like all I gotta do is like eventually I will pass out. This is actually pretty comfortable. So come hit me up at about 50 minutes. This is a good chair though. Yeah. I could definitely pass out to this chair. I was reaching for another drink, but damn, I'm like so drunk right now. I gotta keep my mind straight. I'm so dead, and I'm not even blaming anymore. It's like picking on a root. Oh god, man, BBA's got me on the floor rolling right now. That's a good one. Man. BBA, did you see the end of that stream? Craziest thing I've ever seen on YouTube. Damn, Chris, what happened, man? I didn't catch the end of that stream, so I don't know what's going on. It was crazy. Even I got mental scars, maybe. Vision jacked up on Jack Daniels. Shoot. L. We're about a third of the way through the bottle already. A third of the bottle. And this is going to have to go back with my little, what do you call it? Jesus Christ, what's it called? Sheet metal? My little sheet metal design. You put that bottle on the top. It looks like he's slapping the ass of the pup bottle in front of it. It's funny as hell, man. So, am I gonna finish off this Jack Daniels today? We're at an hour and 53 minutes. If I make a 4-hour video, it is very possible to finish off this entire bottle. I am not gonna do that because I'm already drunk as hell, and I want that to be part of my little display with the sheet metal design, right? So, do you ever sell any LGNs on eBay? Hey, Steven. Yes, I do on occasion. So, I probably sent my buddy Robert Jackson 30 or 40 figures. I don't remember how many LGNs I had available. Reason being, I had them up on like eBay or Mercari, and they were not selling worth a damn. I'm like, you have to forget that. Send them to my buddy Robert Jackson, and he is an awesome customizer, right? The idea was he would repaint all of them. Not customize them per se. He would just touch them up. So, like, if you had a Jimmy Hart figure and on the back of his jacket it was missing white paint on the back of the jacket. He would touch that stuff up and fill that stuff in, right? So when I finally do get my figures back, yes, I'm able to list them on eBay. But right now, I only have a couple of figures listed for sale. One is a Greg Valentine for like $25 or best offer, and it's got all the black on the trunks, on the boots, whatnot. It's a beautiful looking figure. The other is like a custom bearded Kirchner, and even though it's a custom, it's still carded, it's still enclosed. I'm asking like $300 on that, so I think that's fair. I mean, think about it this way: an original bearded Kirchner costs like $3,000. So for me to ask for a custom bearded Kirchner for like $300, that's 10% of the price. So like I thought a million people would be out on that in a heartbeat, but like no such luck. I'm disappointed, obviously, because I feel like even a bearded custom figure should easily be worth $300. Original card, original bubble, original figure. All you're doing is customizing the beard. So that's where we're at with that one. But eventually, yes, once Robert ships back all of those figures I paid for, he will. I will be able to list those as well. The man with all the figures. Hey, well, I'm trying my best, dude. One of my goals was to make the channel as user friendly as possible. If you grew up with LGNs, I got it. If you grew up with Galoobs, got it. Hasbro, got it. You grew up with Jack's Pacific Classic Superstars, got it, man. If you're the 2010s, 2020s, and you've got grapplers and gimmicks and zombie sales and all that, I got it. One-stop shop for reviews and whatnot, right? But all right, let's see what else we got. I'm fine not having all the Cardona Big Rubber guys, but I would like the Bloody Harley Race and Flair. But sellers on eBay are accidentally smoking crack with the prices on some of them. Some of these Big Rubber guys. I see mint on card, LJN's cheaper. L. Harley Race on card from Big Rubber guys. People on eBay are asking like $200. If this was bought at a toy show, $65, if that. So even if you double the price, $130, 65 to $130. After eBay selling fees, maybe you get like $115. If you paid $60 for this figure, $130 or $120 is a huge difference. I mean, that's like a $60 improvement, right? So, folks that are listening for like $200+, no, it's not a $200 figure. You're going to be sitting on that figure for years and years to come. But someone like me who wants this figure, who wants it as soon as possible, who wants to make videos about this figure, I'll buy it for $120, $130, but I won't pay no $200 for it. So that's kind of a mess up with a lot of these sellers. All right. Did you buy any of the major stars from Major? Wondering how you review them. So when you say did you buy any of the major stars, which major stars are you talking about? Because recently, I think the most recent videos were the the Rock and Roll Express, And who else did I have on there? Oh, Bad News Brown. Bad News Brown was the other one. So those were my most recent reviews regarding Big Rubber Guys. And how you would review them. So, Big Rubber Guys, Bad News Brown was eh. When I did my review on them, it wasn't anything that really like shot out at you. Like I use Big Rubber Guys and I use Ram Treasures as an example. And I'm sorry about my speech right now, guys. Bad News Brown had like this arm up, but he had like this arm punch motion to the right. So the left arm up was horrendous. Absolutely hate that design from Ram Treasures. But it was a very playable figure because even with the left arm up, you could still kind of reach under to a beautiful body slam. With the right arm, it was kind of like at a punching state. So, if you want to like work your Ram Treasure figures, it was fine. You want to go one arm under, bam, body slam, solid. I did not like that one arm up with Ram Treasures for Bad News Brown, but it was still a very playable figure. If the rubber of the figure was improved, probably one of the better figures out there. But he was very cheap rubber, the same as Bob Backlund. So that one arm up didn't really do much for you. And then one punching, again, eliminate that. But if you were going based off of like Big Rubber Guys figure the way that they had it, with the mouse in hand or whatnot. I know it's not a mouse; it's a. Oh man, what the hell is it? Ferret, maybe? I don't know, man. Shoot. Like that would have been a very basic figure. Like from Big Rubber Guys, not impressed. Probably one of my least favorite Big Rubber Guy figures ever produced. From Ram Treasures, yeah. Bad News Brown versus Sid Vicious. I think that was an incredible match to have. But is it one of the better figures from the line? No, it's not. Probably among let's say they created 75 figures, it'd probably be in the bottom 10 in my opinion, based on all the other LGNs. Damn, I keep burping like crazy. All right, I'm fine not having all the Cartona figures. I see yeah, LGN cheaper, yeah. Let's talk about it a little bit later. Did you buy any of the major stars from Major? Wonder how you review them. The most recent Big Rubber Guy that I got in, I'm trying to think. Because I don't remember all of them. I think the most recent that I got in was Bad News Brown and the tag team of Rock and Roll Express. I thought they were great figures. I mean, all the poses could be used for LJN uses, right? But the design, overall look of Bad News Brown and Rock and Roll Express was incredible. I think the Rock and Roll Express was probably one of the top 5, maybe a top 10 best figures they ever produced. Bad News Brown, he had like such a bad fighting pose that you really couldn't do anything from that. So, from a Big Rubber Guy standpoint, no. Bad News Brown was probably right there with like Ethan Page among the worst Big Rubber Guys figures. I love Bad News Brown. My Hasbro custom figure is incredible. They utilize a Jim Duggan. It's an amazing piece. But you look at like Big Rubber Guys and you look at like Ram Treasures. No, I'm sorry. They're just not quality pieces in my opinion. So, God, my vision is so bad right now. I have to get like all the way in to try and read this stuff. Um, some of did you buy any of the major bendies? So skip that from Ross. I'm absolutely lost when you guys talk about these figures. Bottoms up. Hey Ross, absolutely, buddy, man. Shoot. Um, you never came to me about a factory. Shoot, Sean. You never mentioned that I might be able to reach out to you about producing these figures. If that's an option, man, as soon as YouTube or not YouTube, excuse me, Facebook clears my account, I am able to reach out to you, buddy, because I would love the opportunity to get these produced through somebody, whether it's Latuni or it's Kayfabe Heroes, it doesn't matter. Um, just getting these figures out to the public, that's what matters. So, Sean, if you've got something for me, buddy, I'm gonna reach out to you as soon as I can, man. Because of that posting with the piglet costumes, YouTube or I keep calling it YouTube, Facebook has me blocked right now. So I'm not able to receive or I'm able to receive messages, but I just can't respond or I can't like a photograph or I can't respond to a photograph. So once that ends up, I will definitely reach out to you. Oh man, my vision is horrible. Oh God. Get them things done. You'll succeed. Damn man, bum. I hope so, buddy. Shoot, man. Last check we were at like the very beginning process. As I talked about my from Alibaba, because the glasses for Jason Up is like out here, right? And I guess it's a little bit of a extra hassle for the guys for the customizers. They're not able to work on that. So they want the glasses to go from this to this, where it's basically connected to the eyes. I like the fact that Sin Bodhi created glasses that were kind of sticking out. That to me was incredible. And if they're wanting it to be instead of this, they want this. I don't know. I feel like if I'm going to pay you 20 plus $1,000 to create my figure for me, can you get with your customizers to create your own action figure from the design I provided? I don't know. I'm gonna use about the beginning, guys. I'm sorry, folks, but with enough alcohol, yeah, I'm gonna use these bathroom breaks from time to time. Oh man, let's get on to the next question, shall we? Get them things done, you'll succeed. Hey, well, I hope so, buddy. But we'll see what happens with that. 100% would, and to be honest, I really don't know too much about figures. Don't know how I get a notification on my YouTube for that channel, but glad it happens. Hey, thanks, Ross, man. Oh, man. At least get my cup ready for drinking. Damn, I'm like half gone already. Oh, shoot. Big Bad Toy Store did Legion Doom Big River Guys. Yes, they did. And one of the things about Big Bad Toy Stores is I ordered my figures back in like November or December. And it was probably, damn, when did they deliver? I want to say June or July, maybe May. I don't know. But it took forever for from the time I ordered Big Bad Toy Stores Legion of Doom red figures to the time I actually got them. It was probably about 6 or 7 months later. So you're probably looking at approximately July of 2025 is when we finally got the Legion of Doom red figures in. Could I go through Big Bad Toy? Sure. Do I want to? I want to make it my own business, make it my own store. If I got to put the stuff up for auction or for sale on Facebook Marketplace, hey, $100. Someone in Louisville comes out and picks it up for $100. That's great. That fits me beautifully. Now, let's say someone from Facebook Marketplace says, "Hey, I reached out to you because I want to buy your figure. $100. Here's an extra $10 for shipping. Whatever the case might be." Yeah, that's exactly how I would do it. Is through PayPal, friends and family, because I don't actually have a legitimate account right now. Right now, if I decided to go through and get this figures, I'd have to go through Louisville. I have to go through Kentucky to get a actual business account associated with Maniac Riot Wrestling. I'd also have to go through a customizer to actually create a legitimate website for me so that people could buy stuff from me. Because right now, like I said, if you go through Facebook, all it is like Facebook Messenger and hey, I want to buy this $100. Here's $100 for you, type of deal. But I don't actually have a website to associate with it. It might be a while because every time I talk to the guys at Alibaba, there's always some kind of hey, can we get this 3D print or can we get this image or that image, etc. So it's taking a lot longer than I would hope. So, Big Bad Toy Stores, Big Rubber Guys, Bum Shadows Fig, several if you want it. The boss gonna get you a peanut butter and just sandwich again. Oh man, Ross, my wife bringing me like a PB and J, man, that'd be freaking awesome right now. Oh god, that's too good, buddy. All right, come on, go down. Is that it? Oh man, the boss got that. Now I want a sandwich. Man, my freaking wife ordered me like Jersey Mike's today. Normally I get a Subway sandwich, but Jersey Mike's isn't bad at all. The bread and bed, they probably have like the best ham in the world. So if you go through Jersey Mike's instead, if you have a Jersey Mike's local to you, it's a great restaurant. Me, when I order food, it's like Little Caesars because I love pizza and I love Little Caesar pizza. I love the price, obviously. It's Subway or it's like Jersey Mike's because I am a huge fanatic when it comes to sandwiches. So if you have a Jersey Mike's next to you, get yourself one. How are we at? Like, this is crazy. Looking at this and seeing 2 hours and 15 minutes into the live stream. Like, I do not feel like I've been on that long. But, oh man, things of discussion. We talked about Maniac Riot Wrestling already, right? Why is there a bunch of stuff I was thinking about? And like, now that I'm 2 hours plus in, I can't think about them at all. Oh, God. Oh, Power Town. That's something I wanted to talk about, guys. So I didn't watch the Power Town interview, but I watched the Power Town recap by Kyle Peterson. And it seems like these Power Town figures are not going to arrive till like probably summertime next year. So if you've bought these figures and you're waiting on them, don't don't be surprised to see that take months and months later before they find right. I actually wanted these figures a lot. And I'm glad I didn't purchase them because whew, $100+ imagine buying these figures and they still have not shipped out. With Maniac Riot Wrestling, we won't do that. It might be, hey, I like this figure, I want to customize this figure and put out your time for that, but otherwise I have no intention on doing pre-orders or what have you because this exact reason. Like Magnum TA and Greg Gagne, like they come out for like, hey, we understand you're doing this and that and the other, but like, do they really understand? Not really. Like these guys are vehicle restoration type guys, right? They don't care about action figure collection. So they're obviously learning about the stuff as they go along, which hey, I learn about the stuff as I go along as well, right? But that's my thing. No pre-orders. Everything is going to be submitted as needed. All right, let's move on, shall we? Man, did I hit up all of the responses already? I think that's it, man. I think I like responded to everybody. I think it's the first time I've ever been caught up with like all the responses. Yeah, I'm looking through this, guys. I didn't miss anything. Okay. So when the time comes, yes, I would like to chime in New Age Revolution, or excuse me, well, yeah, we could add in Jason. Why not? We also want to include Bone Breaking Action because for the last couple weeks I've been expecting these figures to arrive and they haven't yet. But when the time comes, I want Bone Breaking Action in on his figure. I want his honest feedback regarding that particular piece. So it's kind of like my 115 proof bottle. So like it shoots up to your nose, right? Like right up here, and then it goes to your eyes and makes your eyes water, and then it shoots down to your throat. It makes your throat burn. So this Tennessee whiskey Sour Mash 80 proof. Yeah, it's definitely doing the trick. All right. Trying to think what else I can add to this live stream. Um Damn, I have a whole lot of stuff to talk about too, and I completely forgot about it. Drinking and forgetting about what I wanted to talk about. Hey Irish, what's happening, brother? Mm. So like I'm not out of it to the point where I'm passing out yet, so I don't want to end the live stream here, but guys, I don't know if you're all going to be interested or not, but I do want to make 2 or possibly 3 live streams per week. So where Saturday is basically going to be a catch-all. Anything is up for discussion, regardless of the topic, right? That's gonna be my Saturday live streams. I'm thinking I might want to make 2 or 3 live streams a week. Maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays will also be live streams. So ever since I became monetized, I'm earning about 70 or 80 cents a day through monetizations. So not a whole lot, right? I was kind of trying to follow in my buddy Kirk's footprints and customize or monetize specific giveaways and kind of see like his troll. If you call it a troll, I don't really call it a troll because it was a great song, but if you count his troll, because he hasn't been able to give away anything because he hasn't been monetized, right? And I understand where he's coming from. Shoot. It's like, hey, do you have this $30 item? Do you just want to give this away to anybody just because you hit 1,000 subscribers, but you're not monetized? You're not getting paid for your videos, right? I understand where he's coming from. But at the same time, this guy that created this video was freaking absolutely hilarious. Like I said, I don't understand how I became part of that video, but they did say something about you're only going to give it to your friends, and hey, I'm a friend of Kirk, so I understand why I was actually part of that video, but I'm mad that I'm mad that they took me at my worst, man. Like when I was at my heaviest, when I was at like 215, 220 pounds, fine. In every video clip, they made me like fatter and fatter. I'm like, that's humiliating. That looks like that looks like Fred, oh god, how am I forgetting the names? Like Frank Fritz or someone else in the 20s, right? 1920s. But no, that's not the case. You're looking at me now. I'm like, dude, I'm like 40 or 50 pounds lighter than I was in that video, that clip that you chose. It's a great video. It's a great video. It's a great song. Like he has like 115 views, right? I personally make up like 20 of those views because I love the song. I think he did a great job. Do you really criticize anybody that you think that did awesome? It's like when I don't know. I'm thinking, man. How about Weird Al Yankovic? If Weird Al Yankovic did a song on Coolio or the Red Hot Chili Peppers, etc., it's just a fun variety song based on what you came out with. I think he did awesome work, right? I don't know if he personally wrote the lyrics or maybe he typed into like ChatGTP or something, but if that's his song, his individual song, he's singing, I think it's incredible, man. I won't be mad. Um, Kirk, who the video was about, he's not mad, man. He loves that song. Me personally, I love that song. I think it's incredible. If it wasn't about my friend, if it wasn't including me in the video, maybe you could do a whole lot worse. But shoot, I love that crap, and that's why I say Ralph Boy. Go ahead to his channel. Go ahead. He's at like 16 subscribers. At the very least, let's see if we can get him to like 30 subscribers by the end of the video. But I think he did an awesome job. I'm not mad about that. Oh man. All right. So, hey Rebel, it was a one Irish. Um, I was on Showstopper stream. He's so awesome, but just wanted to say everyone else here is okay. That awful fire. I just got done watching wrestling Palooza. I might watch that one day, but I'm gonna keep hitting this table. keep shaking. Um, it's possible one day, right? But for now, these little small YouTube videos, these little clips, I think people are really interested in this stuff. So 2.5 hours in, guys. I don't know if I have any more to say. Unless somebody has something where unless you got something else of discussion. Mm. We got 2 hours, 20 minutes. Let's take this 3 hours and call it a day. My when I was 17 in 2002, one of my first experiences of passing out, I would say. So I was a sophomore in high school at 2002, 17, and my brother decided to take me to a high school party. I thought we were going out to see 8 Mile, right? So that was the plan to see 8 Mile. But he's like, nah, we're not going to see 8 Mile. We're going to go to this college party or this high school party instead. Uh, trying to get the burps out of me. Uh, he wasn't having it. Like we got to the party and it's like, hey, $20 regardless of who is joining. Okay, cool. Here's the money. 20 minutes later, man, you were like completely out of it. Like you're breathing in the wrestling or whatever aspect of it. And by the time you're dancing off the walls, it's like hey, this is so and so wrestling, and like everything is, even right this second, everything is like, it's like bouncing off the walls and reflecting back to you. I'm feeling it right now. But if I went downtown and like, hey, everything is up for grabs type of deal, like you couldn't get that kickback or anything like that, right? Of the, oh man, of the email of the kickback, and you don't feel anything. So all of my tiredness, all of my feedback back into the wrestling situation. Crazy, right? All right, let's take a look at these messages. Hmm. My buddy, Irish fella, who has just completed a wrestling palooza. If you guys haven't subscribed to wrestling to Irish fella, please do so. He's one of the guys I follow, and his stuff is absolutely amazing. So at 2 hours and 32 minutes in, guys, I don't know how much longer I have before I kind of give in for the day. I can't believe I've already drunk a half of this. All right, guys. All right, get this out of here. Damn, is it seriously only? It's only 10 o'clock at night. All right. One American on the side. Damn. I'm drinking this on the side, guys. Mm. All right, guys. Uh, I'm going to take a look at your comments and I'm going to call it a day. such a Wednesday was. I still watching you soon. Alright, I think that's pretty much it, guys. Alright, I'm trying to think. Before I close out this video, I'm trying to think about this different things of discussion. Let me bring out my cell phone. So, no. So, Ralph Boy Kirk's giveaway. Make sure you put parentheses around Kirk's giveaway. That is freaking awesome song, guys. No, he's only like 16 subscribers, but hey, if you're subscribed to me, subscribe to that guy. See what happens. And maybe we might be able to get some better subscriptions or whatnot. It's called Ralph Boy Kirk's giveaway. Make sure you put Kirk's giveaway in parentheses. And if you do, you'll come across this guy's video, and it's incredible. Yes, he's making fun of us, but it's funny as hell. And I'm never a fan of like making. So, you guys come across this video, maybe subscribe. Maybe it's like, hey, he goes from like 16 subscribers to like 500. I don't know, man. But stuff is amazing. And I recommend it. Shoot. I don't know if you guys can hear the song, but pretty much, I mean, the man can't give out anything until he monetizes, right? This song is incredible. I mean, am I considered low tier content? I mean, what? So it's like can't monetize until you get your watch hours up, right? 4,000 hours of watch hours, son. I love the fact that they kind of incorporate me in the video as a friend who he gives away his doink figure for. Here's the thought, guys. I already have a Series 9 doink as part of my collection. All right, I don't need his addition from doink. All right, This is amazing. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but man, that shit's so good though. So check out Ralph Boy, Kirk's giveaway. Kirk's with an apostrophe. Kirk's giveaway with hyphens around the edges. Oh my god. Whew. That's one of the best freaking videos ever. Like, I know this is like a troll to my friend, right? But it's so freaking good, man. Like, Kirk and I both agree that this is fantastic. I don't know how I personally was added to this video, but it was so good that I just could be mad at it. And it was just so fun. So if you guys check out Ralph Boy, Kirk's giveaway, one of the best freaking songs out there, man. I'm not even gonna hate. Amazing song. Amazing song. I love the fact that it's very adequate to the video that in tan right, but moving forward to X videos or so and so videos, it's cool. Because I can visually monetize the difference of this right here. And if they say no, we want something different monetization wise, great. I'm right here with you, buddy. So right, Jeff's right. Hey Ross. I'm pretty much all out of it, guy. But the Jack Daniels Tennessee Sour Mash Whiskey 80 proof, I'm pretty much out of it at this point. I don't know if there's some kind of like conversation going on with like the viewers or something, but for me personally, I'm out of it. All right. All right, guys. At this point, I feel like I'm completely out of it. And if you have any questions, that's different from this point. Jesus, look at this. Half a bottle already used. Jesus Christ, this is like dripping all over the place. Jesus Christ. 2 hours before 7. Are we serious that they've been? Ace on 20 subs.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Hey, Matthew. It's time to feed the babies.
Cool.
End your life and come with me.
Yep. Damn. Holy crap, it's like 4 hours and 20 minutes already. Holy shit. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes, guys, and I am drunk as shit, so I am gonna end this live stream, guys. So, damn, 4 hours and 20 minutes, that's crazy. Hey guys, thanks for, wow, I am drunk as shit, so thanks for tuning in, guys. I am gonna end the live stream here. Alright, guys, I am ending right here, so thanks everybody, and I'll talk to you guys next week.